Yo, good morning. Good Thursday morning. Sorry, I'm just getting everything set up, and I'm in a fluster. It's too much going on in the mornings. All right, we're here. We're good. Yeah. So we're back Thursday. More painting to do. More Magic the Gathering portfolio painting. We are flying through the cards right now, which is good. We got some good momentum. We got a new one started yesterday, which will be the third one. So yeah, we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. I am pleased with the progress. So we're just going to jump into it. So let's get there. First up, as always, we have old paintings that slap. And today I have an old painting that slaps for you. This is by Giovanni Baldini. It is the portrait of Madame Josefina Alvear de Errázuriz. Probably messed that up, but there we go. Baldini is kind of like a more sort of stylized, more sort of extravagant John Singer Sargent. He's a society portrait painter, but he has a bit more sort of a stylized like flair to him. Like Sargent himself tends to do a bit of exaggerated proportions in his portraits. Really sort of makes people a lot taller, longer necks, more sort of slender hands. You know, generally just quite aesthetically pleasing is what he sort of does to the portraits. And Baldini does something similar, but it is more pronounced and less realistic in a way. So he's just got these very, very nice, clean flows. He's very bold in his color choices and brush strokes. And I love this one in particular because of the stripes through the dress. But there's just this like really lovely kind of planar description throughout the dress that then is interrupted by the creases. And then we have the stripes going through, but it's still very fresh. It's like, it's beautifully painted. And a lot of his works are really amazing. Definitely worth checking out. I have like a book of his portraits at home, and it's really cool. Very, very stylized. And he leaves like large passages kind of unfinished. You can see in the background here, there's quite a bit of stuff that is, you know, let's say like left in the sort of block-in kind of sketchy phase, and that's just an aesthetic that I like in general. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. He's a kind of a much more flamboyant Italian John Singer Sargent, essentially. So if you like JSS, you're gonna like Giovanni Baldini. He also does some really nice. He uses like a sort of just a grey palette for some paintings, where it basically is all black and white, but it's very high key, and it's just got a very nice overall sort of slickness to it. So worth checking. So that's today's old painting that slaps. And it's Giovanni Baldini. So let us then get some artwork. Like a base mesh for us to do a lonely elevator for one. So let's go on ArtStation. And we'll find something. Also, if you haven't peeped yet, I have a Riftbound card card number 1. There's going to be more on the way. So watch this space. Excited about that to get started on those. But yeah, this one was an old artwork that was in Legends of Runeterra. They repurposed a lot of artwork from Runeterra to Riftbound. And this was one of them, and I did not know. And so I found it, and I thought I'd repost with the thumbnails and everything, but then also I have the physical cards. So it was an exciting day for me yesterday, and indeed the other day when I found out. So very cool. So yeah, check it out. I put the old thumbnails on here as well. Like I painted this 6 or 7 years ago already. So yeah, it's not like current standard, but it's still one of my favorites. Originally, when it was for Runeterra, you see the shadow on here. The idea was that these guys had fished up Nautilus. And so that was part of the brief here, was to include this sort of Easter egg to Nautilus in here with the shadow in here. But then that Nautilus idea kind of got scrapped, I think, because this was really the only thumbnail in which you could tell what was happening. And it was just decided it was a bit too complicated, and they really preferred this composition. So that idea was scrapped, but instead we had all these Easter eggs put in for the other characters. So we've got like gangplanks, oranges, and sword. This was meant to be like an allusion to a Lowy with the green tentacle. We've got Graves shotgun shells, and we've got one of, what's his name? Twisted Fates cards in the pocket here, and we also have Pike's neckerchief on the floor. So these are all like meant to be little Easter eggs that are in the image to just allude to other League characters from around Bilgewater. So anyway, let's find something to do a lonely elevator for 1 from, and again we'll do something like a bit simple, and because we found out yesterday we need to stay simple in the beginning. We're not staying simple enough. Let's see. Actually, I know we'll go to my guy. We'll get a base mesh from here we go, from George Zaki. Follow this guy. I'll drop him in the chat if you need some awesome stylized base meshes for your warm-ups and such. He's there. Give him a follow. I often grab these for warm-ups because yeah, they're perfect. And also if you're doing any sort of stylized anatomy and you need some ref, my man's got you. So let's I've done this guy before with the forearms, but he's pretty good. Okay, let's just go with like this yoked dude. Oh. Okay, warm-up time. Lonely elevator for 1. Okay, we're at the 13 minutes, so we'll do half an hour. So yesterday we were like, we're gonna start simple, just big shapes. Simple shapes to start with. Okay. Okay. Okay, and it's not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. Yo, Drakfok. Hello. Welcome. How you doing? Okay. Let's see if we can't correct this a little bit. All fine. Working in a piece for my portfolio. Nice. We are doing the same. After we've done some warm up, we will also be doing that. Okay, not bad, not bad. Your piece looks great. You work for Magic. I do not work for Magic. No, I am currently doing a portfolio of stuff to send to Magic so that they might hire me in the future. So these are the cards that I've been working on for the portfolio. I finished this one. This one just needs a few final touches, and then we are working on this one today, Liliana, which we started yesterday. So we will continue with this one today and tomorrow, and we'll finish that tomorrow, and then we will have all these three done to send. So right now we are doing just the warm-up. Little study. Get the brain working. Think about perspective. Great. Think about perspective first thing in the morning. For what it's worth, I woke up thinking about rendering and color theory. Okay. Yeah. He was very lonely in his elevator. The bank called you during the warm up. Yeah, you gotta set your phone status to blade study. We studied the blade. Don't even think we see his head from here because his chest is so big. He's stacked. Rebound card looked awesome, by the way. Oh yeah. I mean, obviously it's a really old piece of artwork, so it's as exciting as it can be. But I will be starting some new artworks very soon, so that's good. We have at least some work right now, so that's why I need to get all this done this week, really. Let's do a really like foreshortened view. Everything just gets occluded from this view. Henched up in the lift. Yeah. Yeah, this does just kind of sound like a train. So, new track from Russian Circles. Okay. He's so lonely. So lonely in his little elevator. All right. So that'll do for the warm up. I can't be bothered anymore. All right. So let's move on to the main event. All right, Liliana. So, yeah, where do we leave off? We basically were at the point where we were going to make some flats for her, weren't we? And then get this into color. So we'll do that. Flats isn't like the most exciting part of the process, but is necessary. So yeah, bear with me. We're gonna pen tool out some flats here. Hi everyone. This is looking nice so far. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, so this one came together lightning quick yesterday. It really was a an inspired hour or so of drawing. Hey yo, Kuru Owl, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'm just making some flats for this. This is going to make the rendering hella simple. It's always a little tedious, I've got to say, especially I've done flats on pieces where I've had like, 5 or 6 characters plus, other shit going on, and it can take all day to do the flats. But it is a good step. And I always use this step as kind of a clean line drawing, if you like. It's the final tidy up of the lines, And we'll do her hair kind of separately, so we don't need to worry about this at the moment. We'll paint the hair because then we can get some nice edges on it from the beginning. So we'll paint those flats, but everything else can have a nice clean edge. And that can just end like that. All right. Beautiful. Et voila. Okay, that's the base. We'll just make these like any value for now, and then we'll change them all into color in a sec. Okay, that's skin. What we try and do with the flats, right, is start from the bottom. You got to think like what's underneath everything. So in this case, the skin. And then you can just like build the flats on top, and then you're not like double selecting edges. You just work out what's underneath everything else. So for example, next would be the headdress, right? I think she had like some kind of fingerless gloves on, I'm not sure. We'll do this for now. so annoying. For the laces themselves on the front, those will just paint. We don't need flats for those. But these main panels are going to be like slightly different colors, so. Actually, we'll do the buckles separate. Yeah, over time you sort of develop a little bit of a sensibility for like what you need flatted out, what you don't, what's going to be painted and what's not. You can waste time doing flats for things you don't need, but it's not necessarily a bad thing to have, you know, those masks if you need them. It's just handy to have selections for later. And she's gonna have loads of she's got loads of gold bits shit hanging around. She's got stuff. Girl got stuff on her outfit. Oh, this doesn't even need to be a cleanage. So. Yesterday. Get the same answer, no, then no. Okay, so when you turn the line work off, boom, clean flats. What's this horrible edge right here? Good morning, all. What's up, Jewel? How's it going? Sorry, I'm just fixing this edge because it was shite. Okay. We move on. I just noticed something with the moon there. It's like little tangento going on. Where's the moon at? Where's the friggin' moon? Hello? We'll move that around. Let's do it later. It's not important right now. If someone comes in later and points it out, though, they're getting banned. Okay. So let's get up some reference for Liliana, because we need to borrow the colors for her outfit. Liliana, MTG. So we get the flats. I'm just going to steal some colors from this for now. Actually, I got better swatches for that here. Actually, we'll go a bit more like glowy. Okay. Apparently I just say okay all the time now. That's just what I do. The background's going to be like quite kind of grayed out. I want all of these like skeletons to be sort of being raised out of ash, like she's going over a battlefield that was like burnt. So they're all going to be like coming out of ash essentially. So someone the other day was asking about, you know, going black and white to color, and this is essentially what I do. I don't often transition a black and white sketch to color by overlaying colors. I just colorize the black and white layers in and of themselves. And I do this because doing it the other way always ends up really muddy, and you have to overpaint everything anyway, and it's just overall just really not nice to look at, in my opinion. So I do it this way. The scaly army, yeah, exactly. Skeletons. Okay, and we will, let's just throw a little layer back here. Okay. Sorry, just just trying to figure out the colors. From the castle painting. Oh, like the abyss one. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I guess. I guess. I guess it could. Okay, lights. Lights. Adding. A linear dodge, add layer. Double clicking on the layer, turning off transparency, layer shapes. So that we get that nice thing going on later when I enable it. And we want that slightly warm moonlight. So let's just apply that. See, it gets nice and warm. Let's do this with a hard brush first. Okay. Fuck, no. We'll tidy up these shapes in a second, but these shapes are going to be really important to sell, like the overlap and the foreshortening across the chest here. So they've got to be like nicely well designed. Let's put these lines on orange. They're gonna sell the topology here because there's a lot of overlapping things, right? So they're important shapes. So I'm just roughly blocking in like all of the light right now, and then we'll go back in and neaten up these shapes a bit. I actually need, you wouldn't really see this on here, but, and we've got the moon silhouetting that already, so I think that'll do there. I honestly feel like with lighting, really, less is more. It's really tempting to like have the light touch everything, you know? But I honestly feel like you get a much better and realer sense of the light if you are very strict to like what it's actually going to see, and not basically just don't over exaggerate, don't overreach with the lights. I think it's better to underreach, honestly, or at least be more realistic. This is actually, there we go. The brush is a bit too textured to do smaller stuff with, so. You see what I mean here? The light shape being really important. It's like it's doing a lot of the heavy lifting to describe how certain forms are like overlapping and such. This is making me want to design some cards too. I really like Yu-Gi-Oh, so I might use that as inspo. Yeah, do it, honestly. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Okay, then I want like a sort of a front top light on her, and this is going to pick out basically all the forms in the shadows, but give me like a little bit of modeling for the face and like the front leg and so on. But it's not going to be that like strong of a light. This is just going to be like an unmotivated light source. So like the moon is there, so we need to use that in the lighting, right? And that's what's called a motivated light source. It's inside the scene, and therefore its presence is motivated on things. Like it needs to be there. We have it in the scene. This light that I'm going to put in is just going to be outside of the scene, like shining in. It doesn't have any motivation inside the scene, and therefore we can do whatever we want with it. It doesn't need to like be realistic in any way, you know? This could just be sky reflection for all intents and purposes. It doesn't need to be justified. And that's what's called an unmotivated light. So again, I'm just going to like rough it in. Wow. Wow, awesome work. Can't believe I just stumbled into gold. Yo, poof kaboom. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, we are working on some portfolio images to see if we can get some work from Wizards of the Coast. So we've been doing these this week. Worked on this creature card, this dragon, and then we started working on this like spell card right here. And yesterday we started Liliana, so we're going to finish up Liliana probably by tomorrow, and then we'll have 3 new pieces of work to add to my portfolio to then send. And then be like, give work. GIF work, please. And then, yeah, I guess if I don't get any work, maybe I'll start a Patreon and just paint cards and other stuff, tokens or something. I don't know. Would you guys like a Patreon? Could do a Patreon for like regular paint overs, tutorials, vids, all that kind of stuff. I would just feel a bit out of my depth, like trying to organize something like that, but I'm sure I could figure it out. Have you been working in the illustration industry for a while? Yeah, I've been working in video games for about 13 years. And most of that has been illustration. Do you ever sell art? Would be nice to be able to buy art prints from online shop like MCM London. Yeah, someone asked me yesterday have I ever like tabled or anything at events, and I've never done it. Do you think it's something people would be interested in? Good morning, Ayani. What's up? How we doing? Yeah, I'm doing G, mate. Doing G. I sold at MCM London for 12 years, like 4 times a year. Like 4 times a year. It was great fun. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'd love to have a chat with you about what that entails. I definitely think you'd do well. Aim for Artist Alley or EGX art area, not the general dealers area. Okay. All right. Listen, I will chat to you about this at some point because it's just something I really know nothing about. I'll be interested to know some more. Can Def share all the secrets? Haven't done it in a couple of years. I'll send you all the info. That'd be amazing. That really would. Yo, we forgot to paint her hair in. Another friend, Adam Byrne, did like one at MCM and was immediately scouted from it too. Ended up working with Wheel of Time, good for building an audience and getting the name out there. Cool. All right. All right. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, hair. We forgot about her hair, guys. Derp. Yeah. Dude. What? What? They use me in their advertising even though I'm not in their next event. Oh shit. Oh yeah, look, there you are. You've been papped. You've been papped. Mississippi. I remember the first year I was rejected from Artist Alley. I just went to visit and they had my face all over the rolling screens advertising the artist. How dare. Yeah, that's not on, is it? Burp. All right, save that. Get the kettle on. Be right back. Yo, I'm back. Sorry. Just had to make a cup of tea. You know how it is? It is warm. It is warm. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, so we need multiplier layer. Let's do some like secondary shadows, ambient occlusion, all that good shit. Let's flip the canvas actually. We're not going to worry about the value of this just yet because we'll tweak that. This is more just getting in these darker shadows. Like I said, we can paint inside this to change the color of it and the value of it. It's more just placement for now, so it will look kind of a bit dark and a bit kind of brutal right now, but we will address that. Don't panic. Don't panic, guys. Don't panic. Yeah. Oh, this song's so annoying. I can't. This song just drives me up the pole. Shut up. Hooked on Devil Wears Prada. Yeah, do you know their older stuff was what I really got into, when I was much younger. And but I do appreciate the more like poppy direction that they're sort of going. I understand why, if you know what I mean. It's very catchy, but I do much prefer their like heavier stuff from when they were younger. So, we'll paint that in later. But yeah, this band's been around for donkey's years. They've managed to always survive, These guys in Under Oath, they're just like always there. Under Oath is a sick band. And of course, Lorna Shore. So good. Hey, yo, damn, what's up? My man Toothbrush. My main squeeze. This guy. Daisy's always like, it sounds like a like an incinerator. You know, like one of those in sync grinders. Like if you pour loads of water down it while it's grinding. Yeah, check this out. Crazy. Yeah, this dude shreds. Everything like everything in the band is just super technical. Like the guitars, the drums, the vocals. It's just like very, very technical. And they're incredible live. Like his voice live is like the record, you know? He's just got such a like mastery of his vocal cords that he can do it live. It's incredible. Waiting for the Smeagol voices, yeah. Mad, I don't know how these singers keep their voice doing stuff like that. Well, it's deeper than your vocal cords. Like the vibration is deeper, so you're not actually hammering your vocal cords really badly. It's a much like deeper sound. If you do it wrong, then yeah, you will mess your voice up. But it's much more like lower diaphragm control. It's kind of the same. If you were to just go like that noise, it's like deep in your chest. It's that, but with like, distortion on it. But if you're doing it properly, it shouldn't hurt in any way. But you do need to do like a lot of vocal exercises and warm ups to like be able to get to that point. But yeah, honestly, if you just do that like deep chest, that's where it is. You can make those kind of sounds if you inhale, but if you do that, you're like vibrating your vocal cords the wrong way. And although you can get like very, very like very sort of like high vocal fry like that, you will essentially just ruin your vocal cords really quickly. Okay. So we turn the line work off here. And we've got this layer now. So this is doing like a ton of heavy lifting. If I turn off the lights and we just have the flats, this layer is doing a lot of the form modeling in the shadows. And this is like ambient occlusion and like soft shadow modeling, basically. And what I'm going to do now is like lock this layer, and then I'm going to use a soft brush, and I'm going to sort of paint into it, changing the color of it in places. Because it doesn't need to be like black everywhere, and it also doesn't need to be as dark, you know. So like around the face, I usually warm this up. And on the outfit, we might go like much lighter, sort of into the blues with it a little bit. Glowy time already. Yeah. No, it's just I'm just hinting at where this stuff should go. So just so I can separate the body out a little bit. Nori SK, what's going on? How are you? Can I ask for advice? Sure, yeah. If this is going to be something crazy, though, I'm going to be upset. Go for it. Go on. I'm messing around. I see a lot of art that is like League of Legends splash art, Hearthstone cards, game illustrations. They are all the same, like something in foreground, character, background. Is that formula necessary? I mean, is that formula necessary? I don't necessarily know what you're getting at, but what else are you doing? Hey, it's the foreground element. You know, it's good for showing depth in the illustration, and it can be quite engaging. You know, to have something close to the camera, and so on. Can't there just be just a character and some background? I mean, they could, yeah. You do whatever you want. And a lot of times they either smudge the foreground element or make it so that it merges with the piece in terms of values also. So why put it there? Well, yeah, it'd be out of focus because of the depth of field of the lens that is being mimicked in the illustration, right? When you're doing something like that, you're mimicking having like a wide lens with a shallow depth of field. So just like you would take a picture on a camera, the foreground would blur when you're focused on, you know, the character in the midground with such a wide angle camera. So it's just mimicking that. It's also how our eyes see. Like if I hold this pen in front of my face and I look at my laptop, the pen is blurred. Okay? It's just a way of mimicking and showing depth. My man's annoyed. He's annoyed about depth of field existing. I don't know. So is it supposed to be out of focus or depth or both? Is both, yeah. do you listen to Sleep Token? Yeah, there's some Sleep Token songs that I enjoy. It's subsurface scattering time. I say maybe they even have certain artists they prefer for each type of illustration. Like one is doing the thing described, and some do what you said and do something. Yeah. He's cracked the formula, guys. What are we gonna do? No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It was just more like I don't know where it came from, but yeah, I think the formula, let's call it that, has just kind of evolved to some degree, you know. And I guess they have metrics or feedback again, you know, to be like, oh, these kind of ones really work, or we get a lot of engagement on these, or we've had some positive feedback on this, and then it just evolves. But it doesn't. I think it's more so that it's not come necessarily from art itself, but it's come from like the photography. You know, there's a lot of photography that does this a lot. You know, sports photography, fashion photography, etc. All of that has like a lot of influence over the sort of modern design of say like splash art and such. And you know, a lot of artwork in that sense is always trying to sort of mimic certain things in photography, depth of field, camera lenses, etc. So it's kind of like, don't think it's unique to splash per se. It's just like just evolved visuals. Like you'll see a ton of it in like sports photography, but yeah, there's yeah, like a lot of the modern splashes kind of look much more like a fashion shoots, you know? The posing, the lighting, everything is like, it's very curated, you know? It does a lot feel like photography in that sense. Body future. Well, let's have a look at some splashes. You got me intrigued now. Let's do it. I'll take a small break from this and let's So would that be fair to say they make it more photo-like, it to make it look more real? Like not in terms of quality of render, but like the setting as if it were taken on camera. Yeah, I mean, all of this stuff is set up with some kind of like camera in mind, you know? And they kind of select different lenses, if you like, to depending on the story that they're trying to tell. But a lot of the time, you get very similar framing and such. It's not often that you get one that's like on a longer lens, for example. And I'm just trying to think of some examples here to show you. Okay, like this one is... Yeah, let me turn the music off because the lyrics are competing with my brain functioning. Yeah, so like this one, if you like, is on more of what would be like a telephoto lens, right? It's taken from like further away and zoomed in, so the perspective is like a little bit flatter, and we're seeing everything less distorted by perspective. Okay. And the only real foreground element here is like the smoke coming across, but essentially it's character against the background, right? But then, and similarly here, I think if I remember, yeah, this one is much more like, again, telephoto. In it, if you were taking this on the camera, you can see that there isn't any perspective distortion to like the straight lines in the image. So we can tell that this is probably, if it was on a camera, taken from further away with a telephoto lens, and we're like zoomed in. So it's kind of flat in its appearance, right? Just flat in terms of how things stack up in the image. But let's take something like this, for example. This would be like a much wider, like fisheye type lens, right? So you get mad perspective distortion. You get essentially any verticals and horizontals as they get towards the edge of the frame curve more and more and more and more, and you get this kind of like lensing effect where things close to the camera are really big and kind of exaggerated, and then things towards the center of the lens get like pushed away from us, and it gives this kind of like sphering sort of look overall, like 5-point curved and linear perspective. And this is a different lens choice, right? But if you use this kind of lens, yeah, I also noticed maybe I was biased. There's less artworks with real foreground element. There are definitely some. I know exactly what you mean. I like this has got a definite foreground element, right? We've got the big foot of one of these like shades in here. So like foreground, subject, background, yeah. But this is nice storytelling as well, because she's surrounded by all of these shades, and we are like behind one of these shades, like viewing through the leg of it at her. So it kind of traps her in the frame with the others. So it's nice compositional sort of storytelling in this way. Yeah, VFX are very nice for leading the eye as well. It's kind of like a decent way of getting onto a track, like getting the eye onto a track and sort of leading it into where you want it to go. Adds movement as well. It's like if you have wind, VFX, things like flowing, it adds movement to the piece. It makes it feel alive, like it's not a still moment, but it's moving in a way. Yeah, let's see. There was one that I was thinking of. So again, this is like very telephoto. You know, this is taken from a long way and zoomed in. You can tell because the horizontals and verticals don't distort towards the edges. So we know this is like taken on a telephoto lens if it was a camera shot. But you can see this is very much like fashion photography. You know, to me it's like this feels much more like a photo shoot than like fantasy, if that makes sense. It's very like curated. Mrs. Shrim, I don't know if you know, but this is really helping me a lot. Well, good. We're good. It's interesting. It's an interesting topic. Yeah, this is a good example of like wide angle photography, right? To be able to get all of this in shot, you'd need a very wide angle camera, right? And we'd be very close to this. Like the camera is going to be right in front of this hand. Okay. And then if that was the case, if this was, let's do this print screen. Diagram time. Okay, so this picture. Alright. Yeah, Nori SK, thanks for the follow, dude. So we'll just think about this from the side really quick. Okay. So this scene from the side, is like this, okay? We've got Evelyn, the dude on the floor, and then we've got all these people coming through the door right here, okay? And this distance between them is quite big. Yeah, we can tell because of the size of these guys relative to her. That means like, you know, she's kneeling down, so they're not exactly the same height, but that means that they're going to be, you know, like this big, and then if they were standing behind her, they'd be like this, right? So this is a really far distance between them. If we were to try and get all of this in frame on a telephoto lens, and let's get rid of all these lines first. If we were to try and get all of this in frame on a telephoto lens, we would have to be like all the way back here on the camera, and we would take a shot, right, like this, and then we would zoom in to bring like the picture plane. But what that would do is it would flatten all of this out, and we would lose the sense of perspective. So behind her, they would be like this big, the people. And then in front, you know, she would be this big, kneeling on the floor. And then we'd have the guy's head, arm, you know, all of this happening like this. And it would look like this. And it would be really difficult to tell the distance between them because it'd be completely flattened out. You know, we'd have like the smoke and stuff between them, but size-wise, they would barely look any different flattened. It would just be like this, right? And that's not very engaging for the story. It also means that like the main subject, Evelyn, is not taking up enough of the space. So, you know, the narrative could be misunderstood. We've got like these three characters that would take up a lot of space in the composition. And it wouldn't be very good for the storytelling in this way. It'd be harder to grasp what we were meant to look at first, and so on. Whereas if we're on a wide angle lens, like we are here, we put the camera here, like on the floor, and the camera is seeing all of this, and we get this view, essentially. We're able to see all of it, but what we'd have is like, and how it comes across here is like we have this, you know, the hand looks massive because it's right in the lens, and everything's foreshortened and it's stacked on each other. So like that's why it appears like the hand is in front of the leg and so on, because we're seeing like this view occluded, so now we just see the leg and so on and so forth. So that's why you would shoot something like this on a wide angle lens, because you wouldn't be able to so that this would be a wide angle, just a wide angle, or like an extreme wide angle is called a fisheye. And this is curve linear. I'm dyslexic, so this is going to go well. Curve linear perspective. Now, if you were to take this, if you were to put the telephoto lens here, your picture would just be this guy's hand, and then everything else would be hella blurry back here, and your entire frame would be that. You know, it would just be his finger like this with the ring. And everything back here would be like so out of focus. You know, you'd barely be able to tell anything. You'd maybe see like the light a bit blurry back there, but that is it. It would just be really, really out of focus. So a lot of the time when you see, you know, like a splash artwork that is on and it has this kind of setup, you know, this like foreground, middle ground, background sort of thing, it's because it's mimicking the effect of what happens on a wide angle lens. And you'd have to use a wide angle lens to be able to shoot that. And like, we're creating pictures and we look for reference, or we use photography to try and figure out a composition sometimes. And so the artwork has kind of evolved into, in a way, mimicking photography, or at least mimicking the perspective that one can gain from looking at photographic reference. And I guess that's why it appears formulaic in a way. But it's just it's understanding what you want to get in frame. Like if there's tons of stuff that you want to get in frame, that, you know, you want to get background elements in there, you want something in the foreground, and you need all this stuff for storytelling, then you're going to have to use a wide angle lens. There's not really a way of doing it unless you flatten out the entire piece, and then you're going to lose a lot of impact or storytelling opportunity. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps you. Could I ask you, if you were so close to the hand in that Evelyn setup, how would it look if it wasn't shot on camera, but you being there? I know it's probably a stupid question because we don't see like cameras do, and yeah. I mean, we do see very similarly to like a wide angle lens. You know, if you were to lay on the floor in front of that person's hand and like look up, it wouldn't be too dissimilar from a wide angle lens. Our eyes essentially are that. Try it out. Get someone to lay on the floor and lay in front of them and just like observe what you can see. You know, just be like this close to the hand and look up. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be too dissimilar from this shot. Our eyes function similarly. What I mean is we have two eyes and our brain creates the image. So I don't know how that works, but thanks for the explanation. Well, yeah, okay. We've got two different viewpoints, two different apertures. Right? That we're seeing out of. And those views overlap. What one eye sees overlaps with what the other sees. And our brain is doing some amount of stitching, if you like, in this middle portion, because we unless you go cross-eyed, right, you don't see the crossover in the middle. It's like it's stitched together as one image for us. But if you go cross-eyed and you can see both sides of your nose and you get that like distortion across the middle, that's what's going on. But that's why we have a very good depth perception, because we have two we have 2 points in space, and when we look at an object like this, we are looking at it from here and we are looking at it from here, and that information lets us triangulate accurately, or more accurately, where this is in space, like in physical space in relation to us. That's why if you close one eye and you start like trying to pick up objects and stuff on your desk, especially stuff that's a bit further away or smaller, you will find that you overestimate or underestimate where it is, because you've only got one viewpoint at that point, so you don't have the visual triangulation of where it is in space. And if you were to like keep one eye closed for a couple of hours and do that, it's you know, you'd find it quite difficult to judge the distance away things are, because you don't have that triangulation. All right, let's put the music on. Let's get back into painting. Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff, isn't it? Our brain also edits out our brain like straightens out the lens distortion from our eyes so that we have straight lines, which is bizarre. But if you took a measuring device and placed it under your eye and transferred what you were seeing and made a little mark on the canvas and like did this back and forth, and you did that for like a door frame or something, you'd actually find that what you plot has distortion to it, even though what you're looking at doesn't. Which kind of proves that our brain is actually undoing the lensing effect. That was very informative. Thank you for that breakdown. I had a question, of course. Happy Bear Rabbit. How would you go about studying lenses in relation to illustration? I'm very confident in my perspective, but I don't really know much about cameras. Is knowing perspective enough, or would you always? Is it also important to understand lens types as well? Do you know, there's a nice little program that's good for understanding this. It is perspective. Like lens types is perspective. It's, you know, all a lens is doing is different types of lenses are going to sort of distort perspective differently. So telephoto lens or like a tilt shift lens is going to completely flatten out the perspective, and it makes things look almost isometric, whereas like a wide angle lens is just like 5-point curve and linear perspective. So if you understand perspective, you will understand lenses. But let's okay. So this would be like a tilt shift lens, right? This would be like a tilt shift lens. You basically have no perspective. You see all of your verticals are vertical, all your horizontals are horizontal. Everything would appear very flat like this, okay? As you get a bit further out, you're going to get something like what happens in a wide angle lens, okay? With these verticals, as they get closer to the edge, are going to start to appear more and more curved like this. And same with the horizontals. The further away you get from the center in a wide angle lens, the more your horizontals are going to curve like this. So they're going to start dead center, they're going to be fine, but then as we get further and further out, they're just going to do this more and more and more on a wide angle lens, right? And then when we got like super wide angle or like a fisheye, you can see here, all of those things. It's when you get like on a fisheye lens, the subject in the middle will get pushed back really far, and the distortion at the edges will be insane. So like this distortion goes like this, and things like in the foreground. So something in the foreground here would be like super stretched. You know, you'd be like, you know, so if someone's hand was like reaching forward, it'd be like, you know, super stretched out, like, and then I had to go back to the guy here. It's like, hey. He's like, hey, you got my Pokemon card. Give it back. And there wouldn't be much distortion in the middle here. It'd just be really pushed far away. But then everything up to the lens would be like this. But in terms of the perspective grid, what that would look like is like here it'd be flat. And you know, your horizontals go out like this, but then they would start to curve, and they're out here they'd be really, really curved. Similarly this way as well, it would start off straight and then gradually more incurved. It'd be like this. Basically, the cone of vision, if how you go outside, everything is distorted. Yeah, basically. So in terms of like lens types, you would just know that a wide angle lens or like a fisheye would be like 5-point curvilinear. That like a telephoto lens would be much more like 2 or 3-point perspective. And then like a tilt shift lens is like 2-point. Or if it was like a certain subject, you'd be 1 point. Near enough. Where's that dot? It's annoying me. Where are you, dude? Oh, it doesn't matter. I am. Neekstradamus, thanks for the follow. Does the center of fisheye lens have to be normal and sides curved, or could you illustrate the corner to be normal and all the rest will be distorted, like shifted view? Yeah, I mean you could draw that for sure. I don't know. Yeah, you could draw that, I'm pretty sure. It would definitely look pretty trippy. Yeah, I think so. It's hard to sort of think about. Yeah, perspective, a very funny thing, very strange thing. Hi there, I was looking for new artists to follow, watch, and your work looks awesome. Yo, thanks. Much appreciated. Thank you for the follow as well. You think you found the dot, layer 18, a hole in the moon. All right, let's have a look. That is some weapons grade viewership right there. Yeah, you're correct. That's crazy. That's mental. Oh, sorry, man. YouTube's rewind feature. Yeah, that's some weapons grade. Keen eye right there. Too much to die for. Okay, so let's probably work a little bit on some of these skeletons. have to draw some of these out. I'm not sure yet. Yeah. Let me just try something out here. I just want to see how I'm going to go about these. So I want these guys to be like coming. Imagine there's like ash all over the floor, right? And she's sort of like raising them out of it. But need to find like a solution for the sort of render of them, so that we don't have to like paint a million bits of skeleton, if that makes sense. So this is going to be our little test subject. Looking good as this character from an existing IP. Dobby is free Lamau. This is a character called Liliana from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, she's not particularly like original or anything. It's just a kind of goth chick. Oh, cool. I've heard of that game before. Very atmospheric so far. I like the big moon. Yeah, thank you. So I feel like I'm going to have to draw some of these guys out, to be honest. I think it's going to have to be done. And then what? We'll just have loads of like ash falling off them. Yeah, I am. I'm making a set of images to send to Wizards of the Coast in a portfolio to be like, hey, would you like me to do some illustrations for Magic the Gathering? And this is the third image that I'll be sending. The other two is this one and this one, and then obviously we started this one. I'm just quickly painting over this one to see like how I maybe want them to look, and do I need more of a drawing for a few of them for this to work? And the answer is probably yes, I do. The ash trails are everything. Yeah, the ash trails are gonna really sell it for sure. The question is, do we have enough like information for it to be understood? I'm hoping the answer is yes, because I really don't want to be drawing loads of these guys out. I'll have to draw this guy out for sure. And that's probably, yeah, this one, this one, and this one I probably need to draw out. The rest of them I think will be all right. They look amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's hope that Wizards thinks so too. What do you mean done? They are basically finished. Like, there's a few small touch-ups on this one that I'd want to do. Like, there's a little bit of cloud here, but we can do that tomorrow. This one, there's a few edges that I want to clean up and maybe just give it like a final once over. Tempted to have like a slight bit more depth in the background, but again, it's really not far from being done. And then, yeah, we will finish this one tomorrow. Personally, I like it when not everything is super detailed and my eyes can rest a little, I guess. Yeah, me too. Me too. And focus on the main attraction. Yeah, that's very much my sensibilities as well. Also, drawing all that detail on the skeleton guy sounds woof. Yeah, it's proper woof. What is your fave part of arting? I don't know. I do like this kind of stage where we have planned everything out and now we're sort of bringing it together. And so with each thing that you add, it starts to get like a bit more and more resolved. I do like that stage quite a bit. I don't know. It's just thinking up and creating stuff is just really nice. It's nice to have an idea and like see it through to the end. But also, I really do like teaching art as well. It's quite rewarding. That's why I can explain so well. You're a teacher. Yeah, I used to teach. Used to teach at the art school that I studied at. After I kind of graduated it, and then yeah, I still try and do as much teaching as possible, like on stream and stuff. Um, and I have like a group of people that I try and regularly help out and check in with. Um, yeah, at the moment I do a kind of mentoring with a small group. Um, it's more just helping out with like paint overs and stuff every now and again when I can. But when I'm working full time, it's kind of hard to do like mentoring full time because it does require like a lot of time. Where are these purple eyes? Hang on, I've got loads of questions here. Let me go to the bathroom and I'll come back and answer some questions. All right, give me a sec. Okay, so let me answer some questions. Is this group mainly just former students? It is people that I have met at events for the most part, that I've seen the portfolio of and spoken to at events, and yeah, generally it's like people that I've met that I can tell are really keen to learn and are at a kind of stage where they just need like a bit more of a push, and the problems that they're having with their artworks are like something that requires a little bit of time and explanation. It's beyond the basics. It's like a bit more stuff that is a bit harder to find information on or even know what to look for. Do you know what I mean? I think there's like a certain point that you can get to where you've kind of, you understand like the basics to a point, and the information that you need is like a little bit harder to get hold of. Yo, thanks for the follow. And that's kind of where I feel like I can help people the most. Like if you're just struggling with the basics, or not even struggling, like you're at a stage where you're just learning the basics still, it's not really something I can help you with. Like the basics is something you just need to put time into and figure out. There's plenty of information for all of that online for free. You know, it's, for the most part, it's just like legwork that you need to do for that. Yo, thanks for the follow. Yeah. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, Dobby is free. What A Game of Draws is saying there is, yeah, we drew all of this yesterday, so you can rewatch that back and you can see all of that. But thanks for that, Sarah. Much appreciated. Would you consider what we talked about yesterday basic? Yeah, I mean, what we talked about today with lenses is just perspective. Like that is yeah, that is just perspective, and that is pretty fundamental. You know, I would consider that basics for sure. Nessie Makes, hello. This series of portfolio pieces has been awesome. Glad to have the stream and VODs to watch the process. Thanks. Yeah, it's been really nice, like creating all of them on stream as well. And yeah, just being sort of open about the process and like what it takes and stuff. I always tell people, I'm like, I'm fast. I promise you. Like I am quick. I can really get this stuff done, you know, in a timely manner. I don't think people believe me. But as you can see, I can get this stuff done. I don't hang around. You know, if I'm like, oh yeah, I could paint that in 2 days, people are like, no, you can't. I literally can. I meant the foreground question, but I guess it's part of the topic. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, man. Love the purple vibe. Yeah, me too. I'm a big fan of purple. When I was looking yesterday, like, oh, what planeswalker shall I do? And then came across Liliana. I was like, well, decision made. Shit, I was holding my breath. It's been very cool combining the different stream lessons, like watching you make decisions in a full illustration, and being able to see the graffiti inspired flows and counter flows appear, learning to see the matrix. Yeah, yeah, it is a bit like the Matrix. Yeah, but with like flow and everything in these pieces, it just sort of builds over time. As with anything, like if you want it to appear in your artwork, you gotta start doing it consciously, and it will be very like a conscious thing in the beginning, and that's where it's really quite difficult, because you're constantly having to remind yourself to do something in the artwork, you know, and you really have to look for it, and you have to pay like special attention to do that kind of thing. But you need to do that in order for it to eventually become something that you can just recall and that you do instinctually. So it seems really like shitty in the beginning to be like, man, I have to check my artwork for like big, medium, and small, and all of this, you know. But the more you do that, the more it will become rote, you know, and you will start doing it naturally. And so for me, it's like when I'm sketching stuff out, you know, when a sort of composition starts like flowing well together and stuff like that, it's because I've done it so many times that those things start to just become my normal behavior in the piece. And you know, it's unconsciously will start drawing things in a way that kind of makes sense or has a good flow to it, without really putting too much effort into it. It's muscle memory essentially, but in a sort of visual way. Hi, yeah, I mean, I look at portfolios all the time, so it's no problem. You know, I would be able to look at that for you at some point. You're best off like adding me on Discord, and then I can look at it from there. Yeah, it makes sense. It's actually kind of fun though, like a puzzle to solve. Yeah, exactly. It is a bit like a puzzle. There's always something to do. Nice. Well, good luck with your portfolio. You really gotta stand there staring at me all the way from across the room. Skeletons! Lord knows I've painted enough skulls and stuff in my time. Holy. Learning to see the matrix. Yeah, it kind of is when things start falling into place and like clicking, and you're just a bit like, wait. Yeah, there are some good light bulb moments to be had, which is like, it's quite exciting. I think I remember the first time I made the connection between like edges and form, and I was like, wait, that's everything. That is like, that's how you render things. If you have the right edge on the stroke, like the edge that you create is telling the eye how round or sharp the surface is, and that's all rendering is. When I had that like epiphany for the first time, I was like, holy shit. It's like I am mainlining the universe right now. Okay, where's the playlist going now? There was a tip the other day that really helped me. It was the line shape being unclear for where you place the flats on the spellcaster, so you redrew it with a thinner line instead to commit to a choice first. Realize I run into that issue constantly. Yeah, it's a big one. It is a big one. I was working with someone and I was doing like flats for the lines that they'd drawn, and then they were like, yo, I'll just show you. So like they had a drawing, right? Right, let's say this was their drawing. And this really like buzzed me out so hard. So this was their drawing, and I was making flats, and I was just making a choice about where the line was. I was just like in here basically doing, sometimes it'd be on the outside as well, but like essentially I made flats that were like this, and they were like, oh no, they were like, when I draw this is where I see the edge. They were like, I always go on the inside of the line because that's when I draw, that's the space that I'm seeing. And I was like, that's crazy. Because for me, the outside of the line is the barrier between the thing and the space, you know? This line is the edge for me, not this. But then that got me thinking like about what we were talking about, is if I draw something like this edge is so thick that while I could see it as being correct, the drawing, I don't know if I'm seeing like the inside shape or the outside shape as the correct part. So I often have to, if my lines are really thick like this, I would redraw it with thinner lines so that when I make the flats, I can just select the lines and not have to make a decision about, you know, what's the inside, what's the outside. I basically just draw the barrier itself. And that's what got me thinking about that, is that someone else was like, oh no, I see the inside. And I was like, what? Never thought about that. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, I would never have guessed the inside. But then it just got me thinking that, yeah, that's why it's so confusing sometimes when you have a drawing and it looks near enough right. Okay, you like the gesture and everything, but then you try and take it forward as an image, and you end up with like bad proportions, or like you have to change the pose a little bit, or all these other little things that happen, and it's because of you're seeing both inside and outside of the lines the correct place, but there is no consistency between those two things. So you end up in this like weird spot where you've got a drawing that looks, a sketch that looks correct, but when you try and tidy it up, you lose like the gesture and so on. And I think it stems from that kind of inside outside kind of view on things, and you need to like define where that line is, because you're seeing some parts inside, some parts outside, and together it all looks good, but when you try and like isolate it and change it, it's bad. What is this song? I don't fucking like this. Good morning from the East Coast. Yo, Lieutenant Danny. Danny's in the house. What's going on? Man, last time you saw this, it would have just been a sketch. We've been beast mode in it. We've been beast mode in. Vovastone, thank you for the follow. Spend my nights in the forest. Yeah, I wanted a very strong kind of color in all of them. You know, like this one is very much blue. This one very much warms, and I think this one in the purple is not going to be nice. Nice in the mid. You'll find out later. Yeah. You're turning into a skeleton. Yes. Was doing a study last night on hard, soft, lost shadows, so I'm going to be paying extra close attention to shading today. Oh god. Very appropriate lyrics. Yeah, exactly. We're listening to Bones. The guy's actually called Bones, so it's very appropriate. You're turning into a skeleton. Yes. Sheer cold. Thanks for the follow, bruv. Thanks for the follow, bruv. I think she has like a lot of like gold coins and shit. You know, like gold accessories, maybe in the buckles gold and stuff. I think we'll put some like gold trim in here. The coins, yeah. Is that what it is? But that'd be nice for a bit of movement and a bit of like extra color on there to do that. A bit of gold lace. These guys are like really very similar. Gonna try and that's better. Oh yeah. Derp. This guy back here having his little philosophical moment. He's like, what is it to be alive? He thinks he's the thinker. Yeah. He's like, if I am dead and alive and think. I rattle, therefore I am. Okay, what layer are all these blobs on? Let's find that out. Boom. What's this song? Have you been trying to figure out what this song is or something? It's like a remix of a song that would be on YouTube clips and memes like forever ago. Oh, okay, fair enough. This guy. Yeah. He's just like, why? ref. Let's look up some ref. On my own. Okay, so she has some like gold bits on the belt, and then maybe we could just put some other stuff that I think looks cool. That's you when you stub your toe. Just like, oh no. Oh no, stub my toe. Trashing can, what is up? Welcome back. Come on, man. It's not really cash money, is it? Okay, let's do some stuff on our outfit. I'm sick of doing that. Outfit stuff. Let's go. Yeah, I'm just putting the strokes down, and then we'll paint inside of these strokes and do something. I don't quite know what we're gonna do yet. Just needs a bit more like visual interest on the dress. Yeah, Dan Rob, what's going on? Finally early enough to make one live, huh? Well, hopefully it doesn't disappoint. Digging the piece. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. It's getting there. I think we'll definitely finish it tomorrow. We'll definitely finish it tomorrow. Let's put it with the others. See how they look all together. Beratamet. Good morning, Sensei. Good morning. Have you done work for MTG before? No. No. It's something I really want. Oh, golly. What is this? Music. Is this for portfolio? It is. It is for portfolio, indeed. You sound British. Yeah, I am. I am. I'm an Essex boy, innit? Okay. So, yeah, quite a bit still to do. I'm not like happy with this guy at the moment. This guy's okay. This guy maybe need to draw the head out. Have you ever tried driving around London? Those roads are tough. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm a daily cyclist in London. He's your fave. Fair enough. Yeah, innit. I love cycling. That's great. After stream, I'm going to do a 55 kilometer cycle. Get I get to back to mum and dad's new house. Very excited. Yeah, nice. I've got I've got such a sick road bike. I love riding it. It's so good. Um. Okay. My Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Sorry, just my I'm starting to lose focus here. It's been a long day's painting. I also wanted to do the version with the veil. Here we are. So I maybe just want to block that veil out as well. Do I ever use the lasso tool? I More often than not I use the pen tool. Unless it's like something really small. But I'm bad with the lasso tool. And the pen tool is like 100% accurate, so I just use that instead. Uh, I'm not saying I never use it. I just more often than not, I will use the pen tool instead because it's much more accurate. And if it's something small, like if I was just like doing that, I would use the lasso, right? But otherwise, the pen tool. Mostly music. I do find that music I can sort of have on in the background, and not too. It occupies my brain enough, but like not too much. But sometimes podcasts, I find myself focusing on that too much because I'm trying to understand what they're saying, and it takes away from my concentration. So it's mostly music for painting for me. Okay, so that would be the veil shape, but okay. All right. I think I'm kind of nearing the end of what I can do today. My brain is shutting down from like 5 hours of painting and talking, um, and I haven't eaten lunch or anything. So yeah, I think this is probably where I'm gonna wrap it up today. Um, yeah. Do where did we get from today? Like pretty much. I'm just trying to. Yeah, we pretty much went from here today, didn't we? Yeah, we went from here to here. Uh, in in today's stream. Uh, yeah, we started off doing the flats for her, then we put everything in color, and then we just started rendering. So not bad, not bad. And tomorrow we will finish it. Tomorrow what we'll do is we'll finish up her. She doesn't need like a ton. There's like a little bit more kind of cleaning up of edges and stuff that I'd want to do in the face, but there's not a lot there. And then I would just like clean up the outfit. A little bit of she just needs some TLC, bit of TLC. Tomorrow what we'll do is we'll draw out the face of this skeleton, this one, and then we'll render these guys up. Then we'll do like finishing touches on like the rest of them, and the sort of dust and ash everywhere. Then we'll do this stuff. I don't know what this is. I just kind of liked it, so we're just gonna have floating ribbons around, and then we'll do the background, clouds, moon, etc. And yeah, we'll finish that up. And then on these ones, like I said, we'll maybe like just tidy up this cloud area, but that really won't take long. And then on here, there's just a few bits that are like just a bit too like the lasso edge, more pen tool edge, I should say, in here. So it just needs a little bit of tidy up. And maybe I want to do something in the far background, just some very light shapes or something. But yeah, we'll do all of this tomorrow, and then the Magic the Gathering portfolio is done. So that's good. We got basically 3 pieces done in a week, give or take. Yeah, it's about 2 days a piece, really, give or take. So 6 days. Which is not a bad week. Not a bad week, I gotta say. And yeah, I'm quite happy with them. They feel like nice and distinct. I like the different colors, kind of color themes. They feel nice and bold. Like, I think they work small, which is like the biggest thing. You know, the main subject is clear. There's not like a load of clutter going on in these. So that's good. I kind of answered the brief. And yeah, they're just like clear tonal read, which is important, I think, for Magic. You know, they're small after all. They get printed. The values get very crunched down. So they need to be like readable small is the main thing. And I think we've achieved that. And then just nice clear color blocking. So yeah, I'm looking forward to posting them when they're all done. Right. Really clean, awesome look. Thank you. Yeah, I do like this, like, sort of, it's just clean, clear, kind of sharp. Doesn't have too much messing around. And it's quick to execute, which is a big plus. Big plus. Okay. If anyone missed any of the streams, I will put up the playlist from YouTube now where you can watch any of the past streams. They're all saved on YouTube. So if you want to know how this was drawn, you can watch yesterday's stream and you'll be able to see all of that, and you'll see the other past 56 streams as well where I worked on all sorts of stuff. So that's the YouTube playlist right there. Just a bit of promo. YouTube playlist here. This one will be on there straight away afterwards as well. And yeah, if not, follow me on socials. Follow me on ArtStation. You can find me there. The link is on the Twitch page. You can see the rest of my work on here. You can see the images that we did last week as well. So these are like Lorcana fan art portfolio images that we did. So they're on there. There's also all of this stuff we painted on stream as well. And so you can go back in the VODs and you can see any of these being painted. Yeah, this is all from stream. These were the warm-ups that we were doing as well, daggers, and studies and everything. So they're all on here, etc., etc. So enjoy. All right. Yeah, that's going to be me. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back same time tomorrow in the morning to finish this off. Looking forward to it. It's going to be really fun. And it's Friday, so yeah. Have a good one. Take care.